morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. How is everyone doing? I've made it. I'm here. Yeah, one sec. Sorry, it's getting hot in here. I had to change quickly. Dang, bro. 200 degrees. That's what happens. You know, when the market opens, GameStop starts trading, things heat up a little bit. You tell everybody ahead of time that you're going to buy some weeklies at the money, and then, you know, they print for everybody, so that's cool. We're going to just reset momentum here this afternoon, though, it looks like. Actually, I don't know. I don't need to micromanage that. This will be fine. We got to make some tweets, though, right? I need a hat because my hair is brutal. You see, I got to get a haircut. It's not great. It's fine. It could be worse. New post? To both? Let's do the do. We even told people last night before the stream. I have to slowly check my cat's footstool. Man, I've been having way too much coffee. I need a link for the stream. Oh, is it too long? Did this not fix it? Oh. Oh, man, I fucked that up. Pardon me. Where'd that go? Did we not make a post? I don't think we did. No. I think that's better. Oh, fuck. Um, I've done it. Take some time. I'm pretty slow. But we're here. This is correct, right? Oh, man, it's not correct. I misspelled again. I swear to God. Can we just edit it here? Fucker. Okay, last time. New post. Blue sky. Here's your text. Which we've now lost. No, it's here. It's here. It's here. Spell YouTube correctly. You dum-dum. Perfect. 15th time's the try. And the charm. It's been a long day already. Don't mind me. So this morning I got up to make a coffee. And instead of just, I used like condensed cream. And instead of just punching a hole in the new can, I took the whole top right off. It was crazy. Mm-hmm. What are these though? 560? Oh, here they are. In my opinion, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, is everything okay? Audio-wise? I think so. Probably not too shabby. GameStop's doing its thing. We got our morning post out. I've been watching X-Men on the side. Don't judge me. Let's get that earnings sheet up. For bozos, by bozos. And we're just going to spend some time showing this some love today. Where's the one with my model on it, though? I've got maybe another one. And then this one has a frozen row. It also has our models built in that we're kind of doing our estimates off of. So we're going to spend some time on this. Probably not super exciting, but what do you do? Get that out of there. And then SPY taking a dump. I think a SPY reversal is going to be good. Probably our best bet. Let's check in on Super Stonk. I've not been there today. How is everything? Oh, okay. What's the big cheese got to say? Errol. Earnings week's finally here. Reminder my predictions, both the official one and potential upside of Power Packs had outsized impact. Been refining my model, ready to give it a try. We put ours out yesterday. So this guy's always doing things the day after we do it. Have you noticed that yet? Has anyone else noticed that? It happened. This is about the 5th time it's happened, but early bird gets the worm. Our model is dog shit though. Like their model's probably better than mine. However, last time we were closer than them. Anyway. Some third-party data. Volume of foot traffic. That's pretty hardcore to be monitoring. Yes. We did have switch sales last time too, though, right? Google Trends for GameStop, I guess. That's what you're basing it all off of? Or you're just adding these things, right? There's got to be more than just this. That's crazy. Up to 1.39. What do I have? Again, I had all these ahead of time. 1.39. Yeah. Not terrible. I don't know if I did cost of sales. It would just be SG&A as a percentage or millions. But I would expect it to drop a little bit. Right? Maybe 200. Which I think would be the this is the opposite, like the remainder. 228.5. I think we go lower. 28.1 was last time, and we're closing more stores, so it's going to be less than 18. It's going to be like 210. I don't think you need that. I mean, we're not getting that. 73. Oh, actually, no, that's probably correct. I think that's correct. Around 70. I don't know why I was reading 100 for some reason. No, I think that's correct. I think this is good. Man, I literally said this today and yesterday. They get 4.5%. It's down a little bit now, but well, that's actually gone down. But it's minuscule. It's such a small amount. It doesn't matter. $26 diluted, $32 basic. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? He's a copycat. Those are my predictions, bro. Somebody's quietly watching the stream. I'm just saying. No, I mean, I think it's good. I think, maybe we're both idiots. It could be. That's probably pretty likely. Started reading the options book, almost done with the first chapter. Yeah, get those definitions in. Where do you see the current SPY pullback and reversal? I don't know. I'm going to wait for it. Could bleed down all day. Should be, I don't know, maybe here or here. I don't know about timing bottom, but you just wait for the confirmation, right? Because maybe it doesn't happen today. Maybe it happens tomorrow. We'll just wait for our reversal signal and like the key level breakout. So probably invalidate this order block on the way up. Right, so our EMA's reverse, and then the price gets above this level. Invalidate it, have it become a breaker block instead. Retest as support, and then we can probably challenge the 200, challenge VWAP. Hopefully break above base. But this will be like bottom entries with confirmation instead of bottom entries with non-confirmation, which is more dangerous. And then you're not waiting too long for like classic confirmation, right? 'Cause typically you're going to wait for the 200, wait for VWAP. But if we can get in early on the break of the order block, I think that's fine, considering we're bullish into the rate decision tomorrow, right? No, it had an impact last time, right? Yeah, the problem is a lot of people are selling to eBay for a higher gain or return on their investment, and it's bad for inventory. Assumptions, ew. Yeah, nothing. Fuck, that's not bad. Gotta watch the 4-hour though. How's the 4-hour PMO doing today? Not great. Could be worse. Yeah, so get through that book. You don't need all the chapters, but all the definitions. Like if you don't know, what the expiry date or a strike price is, out of the money, in the money. There's so many just basic words. Even the Greeks, right? Your theta, your gamma, your delta, primarily. Your IV, I suppose. That's really all I had to go through there. Your long calls, your covered calls, your leaps. Cash secured puts, maybe, if that's your boat. Just individual chapters that apply to you, and then you can like go back to them. Basically, just treat it as like a thesaurus or whatever, right? I mean, that ice cream tweet last night, probably pretty good for us. I love these Austin Powers memes. A trip to McDonald's for soft serve, and he only took 4 trips. Holy, and that was one of them. What do you guys think about the ice cream? I seen Google had a new phone come out that was like ice cream related. The cat on the shirt? Oh my, I'm just noticing the cat. Meow. Utilization's still up a little bit. This made me laugh. Plot twist. She traded me in. I mean, I think I'd like it on the 200 here. Right, it's a lot better to be buying here than when we were ripping this morning, right? A, we're down in price, and B, we're at support, not potential resistance levels. You can still wait a little bit for sure, right? You definitely want to see the market turn in our favor, but we'll be all right. We'll make it through. Let me get some other data up, though, right? Here we go. Those calls are trading back up. I mean, they're not really going that far down in price. Track those weeklies, I guess. How are the warrants doing? Nothing. You guys want to see a sad picture? This is my day trade this morning. If this isn't the saddest image you've ever seen, right? Nice buy on trend, taking profits after, right? Buying at like 5, selling at 7 or something, 7 or 8. It went to 20. That's the importance of being patient and scaling out slowly. Look at that fucking flag break. Oh my God. From 3 to 20, all in one morning. This was just like a couple hours. Insano. And that same situation is going to happen to a lot of traders on GameStop, myself included. It's going to be really hard to time the top when it actually squeezes. Like, short squeezes are crazy, man. All you can do is your best. There's an article, GameStop versus AMC. No way. Oh. We crashed. Okay, I have to sign back in 1 sec. I clicked on that AMC article and it crashed. All right, we're back. This is a serious article. Can we zoom in on this for everybody? Nice. Okay. The meme stock mania that once rattled Wall Street now feels like ancient history and is GameStop Corp. Fucking corpos, you know. Heads into third quarter earnings after the Bell Tuesday. The contrast between the original meme twins has never been sharper. GameStop appears to be the only survivor with credible turnaround path, while AMC Entertainment Holdings continues to battle structural problems that no hype cycle can fix. That is so fucking suspect of a mainstream article to say. This is bazinga as well. Holy. Should we be going long on AMC? That's a joke, but at the same time, kind of not. Track the GameStop here. Why don't you track AMC here? That's so crazy. Where does this take you, I wonder? Both companies began the meme era facing existential risk, but the road since has forked dramatically. AMC has relied on constant, for fuck's sakes, financial engineering and dilution, reverse splits, and restructurings just to stay afloat, leaving shareholders exhausted and the stock down sharply over the past year. GameStop under Ryan Cohen has gone in the opposite direction, prioritizing cutting costs, operational discipline, and balance sheet strengthening instead of moonshot narratives. Cohen's approach rejects theatrics by design. Actions speak louder than words, he told investors, emphasizing profitability and longevity over flashy promises. And the charts don't lie. Read also GameStop trade in anything day ahead of earnings. Interesting. This is way too fucking bullish. How do they get my charts? Okay. Chart created using Bazinga Pro. Stop it. The divergence is clear in the technicals. GameStop trades around $23 above its 8-day, 20-day, and 50-day moving averages, with the MACD moving average convergence and divergence position and RSI relative strength index near 61, suggesting real accumulation. The key test is the 200-day simple moving average at 24.46. Hey, shit, is that level I've been talking about? Oh man, crazy, eh? And a breakout could trigger a trend shift if earnings show stability rather than hype, which is obviously what we'll see. Not only stability, but continued growth, motherfucker. And then the AMC chart is so sad. AMC tells the inverse story, trading around 227, The stock sits below all major moving averages, with the MACD negative and the RSI around 43, signifying persistent distribution and bearish sentiment. The Q3 earnings moment, expectations for GameStop are deliberately restrained, 20 cents EPS on $987 million revenue, but the quarter is less about beating numbers and more about proving Cohen's quiet rebuild is working. With sentiment washed out and the technical supports affirming, even the most modest progress could matter. GameStop isn't promising miracles, it's trying to prove competence and post-meme era. Competence may be the rarest trait of all. Man, who fucking wrote this? Okay, this is going to take me to a new window. When do you think Burry's thing comes out? Probably the fucking weekend after earnings, hey? Yeah, what a trap is right, you know? Again, I see that. I see that. $987. What am I predicting? Somewhere there, yeah. Nah, we're blowing that out of the water. And why we're blowing this out of the water is because we're reducing that overhead, right? Scaling out those leases, which we can track. We're tracking that shit. We have that. 540, 490, 425, 374, 227, 249. That is a clear downtrend, right? In our operating leases, right of use, operating leases, a fucking strict decline from 550 to 250. That's good. Even per store, right? Really trimming down, which is nice. Even the current versus non-current, trimming down, right? From 177 down to 100, 385 down to 155, right? So we're blowing, the EPS out of the water just based on this, right? As long as this can hold. So if the net income holds, because if you'll notice the net income 168 last quarter beat our previous Q4, which you got to realize how crazy that is. This is our holidays quarter. This is the big, season, not only for GameStop, but all retail, where they go from operating in the red to the black, right? But now we are going to be doing, that kind of turnaround for the company that basically saves it for the whole year of other quarters, right? The 3 other quarters it's saving every quarter. We're like stacking up positive quarters at that point, right? So if we can just like have another quarter that beats our last quarter's holiday, oh my God. And then our next quarter is Q4. Oh boy. Yeah, that's going to get wild. So, I've never been more excited, right? So, not just excited for, my bias, right? But, based on some actual, real numbers and trends that we've been able to kind of grasp this weekend going through this, right? So we're going to maybe dive into more of this today, maybe add some more to it, refine the model, maybe just do another model. We can just kind of keep building different ways to estimate earnings, and then obviously we're collecting more data forward as they come out, and maybe we reach back a little bit. I didn't want to go too far back, but I did want to go pre-Power Pack, right? Pre-PSA to get a nice baseline, and then PSA comes out, and then they expand, and then all of a sudden it's the Switch 2 comes out, then it's the Power Packs come out, then it's if that's holding, and then it, obviously next quarter is going to be the holiday season again, right? So it's gonna be fucking lit, dude. Back over to our article though. So we checked this out. That was just kind of talking about Michael Burry and Kitty, which is, come on, just like throw more keywords into an article. Jeez. Settle down. Oh, the trade anything day. Why could it ignite the stock ahead of earnings? Nothing that they do on this trade in anything day has any bearing on this earnings. Next earnings? Sure. Not this earnings, though. The cutoff point was like in October or some shit, wasn't it? So, yeah, like this is literally just fake hype. Like, there's nothing about this. I'm not even going to fucking read this because, like, even just the headline is garbage, right? GameStop's trading anything could ignite the stock ahead of earnings. Well, yeah, not really, though. Maybe hype, maybe because your algorithms are reading these fucking news articles people are pasting. Hi. But it's good for social media, right? Like the Tesla Cybertruck account responding to a user about trading in their vehicle, which is great. The attention, I guess, is real time. So this is not affecting this earnings, but what it does affect is people watching this earnings. Okay. I mean, I get that. I can get behind that. I keep clicking on my Spotify instead of this. And then track the stock. You're taking me to Bazinga, man. Nice chart. It is a good chart. Shut your fucking mouth. Look how good it looks. Yeah, I mean, this is okay if they're going to have the numbers out right away for people. At the end of the day, they just want you using their website, right? And this is still going to have all their analysts, which I, literally don't trust at all. Yeah, soft serve back on the menu. Still just kind of waiting for a S&P 500 reversal for continuation for the rest of our goodies here. What other news do we have that we can read here? This one caught my eye because it was GameStop versus AMC. Like, man, that's so fucking loaded. The Toll Brothers. The grandfather of meme stocks. Dave and Buster's, we better look out. Some competition. I bet that stock does not look good. Oh my god, should we pull that up? I didn't even know they like were publicly traded. That's crazy. My lord. So are the video games weak though? Let's jump over here. We go to software. 239, 207, 271. That's not even on holiday quarter. Holiday quarter 286, 175, 152. Okay, you know, it's declining. It's declining. Q2 versus Q2 here. It's down substantial. It's, 25%. So let's check out software, because I think that could be up as well. And you'll see like a little bit of a tailwind or lag on software from the hardware. So like, people go and buy their Switch, right? Because the Switch just came out this quarter. But then next quarter, they're buying games for the Switch, right? So you'll see hardware go up with a new console cycle. And then as, that kind of moves into the past, then you'll see, I think, software come up a little bit behind it. We'll see, though. Yeah, chilling here. The software is down, so it'd be cool if we could sell some more games. And I think, we got Buck the Bunny and the Cursed Cartridge could maybe fill some of that void, right? There's reiterating all the same stuff. Sixth profitable quarter in a row. Not too shabby there. Less reliant on video games and hardware and software in recent quarters, with its collectible segments often the only one to show year-over-year growth, which isn't good. I don't want to be a jerk, but we want to have those things at least be consistent while the other grows, or preferably they all grow. Yeah, Switch really helped us. It is concerning. But maybe the Buck the Bunny and other mod retro games can fill that void. I mean, you'd have to sell a lot of them. I don't think they would, but maybe the margin's really good. I don't know. Well, we know that's going to be down. But it's like 10 million. It's nothing. Highest revenue quarter. Are you sure? Wouldn't that be Q4 always, though? I'm going to have to go through this again. a lot of this is not stuff I have previously tracked in my trading lifespan. So, you know, getting used to it all for the sake of GameStop, right? Yeah, we're still waiting. I mean, this is kind of that level I was looking for. Boop, boop. Let's see if that's it. If it is, I'm an absolute wizard, by the way. We'll see, though, right? We want to break over our EMA, which we haven't really done successfully without it just re-breaking down. Try to invalidate this order block, Tesla 200. And even that's not a guarantee, right? But, like I said, I'm bullish into the week with the rate drop. So I think that at some point today, the sell-off is going to reverse and, we're going to be crushing it this afternoon. Here we go. Market structure shift. What does that signify? Who can tell me? Anyone? These are the things you need to be learning if you're going to hang out here. I mean, you don't really need to. You can just, copy my plays. You'll do pretty well for yourself, but you could learn how to fish yourself, right? I'm happy to feed you, but... And then if you learn how to fish, you could teach other people how to fish, and then this all can compound. Ugh. So yeah, this looks great. We just want to, hold this obviously, and now kind of take a run at this order block. Hopefully, displace through it nicely, and then maybe retest and go. But it typically is a point of rejection, right? But again, with our bullish bias, I think we could do it. Oh, and then I need a, well, I guess I could get it off Twitter, right? My Mozilla Firefox is so cooked. This whole laptop's been weird for the last couple of days. I don't know what's going on. A pullback for ants. Well, I mean, this is it. That's a really healthy pullback, right back to the trend for as healthy consolidation as it could be on low volume. Right? This is almost no structure here. This is just bad fills, right? Looks like a potential fail breakout here. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them basically. Nice Christmas tree. Yeah, the cats will love it. 1 second. I just have to grab a few things here. All right. Let's see if we can make something of this. You know, it actually coming back that quickly is a good sign. Yeah, I think this is it. I'm going to do a system reset on this computer. Reset this PC. Oh, you know you're cooked when it won't even open that app. Oh, no. It's So we're going to test this order block. Looks like we're kind of doing it. It's cooked. Maybe I'll take it back. It's from Costco. It only turns off if I have it unplugged as well. Like, it won't shut off. Like, it freezes up when it's plugged in. It's the weirdest thing. I'll still do a system restore on it, though, I think. It works fine once I reboot it. It's the craziest thing. Oh, I probably should have done a cloud download though. Okay, we've got that reversal. We're challenging the order block. Wait, that's buy side. Reject here or fly. If this can hold, that's what you're looking for. That's perfect entries here. Nice. Do it. Classic. Oh, it's not even done. Which screenshot? It's the best. Easy peasy. Fuck, I'm good at this. Shit, dude. Called bottom on the whole market. Actually breaking below trend, which is interesting. I don't do SPX. I just do the S&P 500. There's a lot of room to retrace here. It's earnings week. I'll be generous with my thumbs up. I've seen this one so many times. Oh my god. Stop posting it here. Fuck. No liquidity. No, I've never used a 5-minute chart my whole life. Eyes on QCLS, maybe. Looks like it's popping up. What's going on here? Breaking into the gap? You really gonna break into the gap? Yeah, so this is a perfect ad we talked about, right? That trend retest. Literally the best possible entry you could possibly, like, oh my God. Stop loss below your breaker block, even to your fair value gap if you wanted. This is classic, right? You reclaim your key level, and you test trend. Typically, we like to see the key level be VWAP, but so we can reclaim the 200, challenge VWAP. That looks great. Keep hearing people claim that GameStop is losing money on the Bitcoin investment, and I could be wrong, but I thought you bought it as a hedge, no? Yes, but the dollar hasn't really devalued, so that's what the hedge is, right? He's saying, oh, the dollar devalues so much that Bitcoin holds its value, right? And if the dollar were to devalue, Bitcoin would not only hold its value but increase in value. So yeah, no, it's losing money on the trade, but it's a small trade, right? It's an itty bitty trade. They're like down 10 million or something. It's nothing. It's the difference between the floor being 1580 and 1570. Because you got to remember there's 440 million shares or whatever, right? So it really spreads it around. Yeah, I mean, the guy should have bought fucking gold, is what he should have bought. Looks at gold, all time high. Ah, Ryan, no. Ryan. There's a couple things we should have bought along the way. Yeah, and I'm sure it comes around. That's why I'm so grateful. And I said that when it happened. Because a lot of people were like, oh, the investment wasn't big enough. Right? He should have went all in, but damn, bro. I hate crypto. I'll take USD and gold any day. I'm old school, though. I still pay with cash. Right? I actually have to go to the bank and get a new card. It stopped working about 2 months ago. And I'm all out of change. People have been hating me. You use cash your whole life and get all this change, and then your debit card quits working. You're too lazy to go to the bank. But I'm all out of rainy day funds, I guess. That's why we got to do these GameStop options. Right? Make a little money. So this is beautiful, right? Like, this is as telegraphed as I could possibly do it. Timing that bottom reversal off this market structure shift, and then pointing to the upside, right? We have to go invalidate this bearish order block, convert it to a breaker block. We had that happen. Got to invalidate the buy side, at which point we had an impulsive move up. That's awesome. Now we want to catch ourselves on trend. Beautiful. Now let's reclaim our baseline, base above, and challenge view up and do the same thing with that. Easy peasy. No, it actually is quite substantial. But provides an opportunity to average in if he wanted, right? And that's maybe a surprise that we get tomorrow. Who knows? I hate to say that, but if Ryan bought when's the last time Ryan timed a bottom? If Ryan's buying now at 90K, I'm just going to say 81K, but average down, dollar cost in, just like anyone would, right? I'll tell you what, I'm a lot more comfortable buying crypto at the 80K mark than anywhere mid 80s versus 108 or 110. Like, that is a big difference, specifically when we're talking that kind of size, which is substantial. Like, I know they've got a lot of cash, but a 500 million investment, that is like multitudes higher than many companies' market caps. Like, that's crazy. That's so much money. So I wouldn't mind getting that average down, and there's only going to be one way to do it. Well, first, I hope he just fucking sold it at 120. I don't know. I don't think they did, or that would have been the last report, though, right? But if he didn't, you got to average in at that point. Like, 108's not a winning position. Unless you just leave it, which is probably the better option, because I hate throwing good money after bad. That's not anything I like doing. You can't compound that with any success. But if there was an investment that was going to turn around, it should technically be Bitcoin, right? Considering all the institutional onboarding we've seen in the last couple years. I wouldn't mind maybe another 500 mil, but that's like it. So maybe even split that up, right? And do, like 250 and 250. Yeah, and I'm not sure now is the time at 90K. I think, we've kind of, it was at like 81 or 82 though. And that's getting better. Like that's a pretty decent area. Do we go sub 70 again? I don't think so. 75 is what I'd say maybe the lowest, but you've all seen me try to time lows before. I'm as bad as Ryan. Oh man, it's tough. You ever tried to time tops and bottoms? Hey Zombie, how are you? I ended stream last night and immediately was like, okay, this is not going to work. I had about 5 coffees, 5 quad espressos yesterday as I was working on the spreadsheet. Right? We're getting a couple things done. And I thought all was well. I went to sleep and then I got up to let my dog out. And then I like had all this energy for some reason. I was like, hey, why not watch a movie with the crew? So we watched Brave New World, the new Marvel movie or whatever, and an episode of Trailer Park Boys. And I tried to go to sleep midway, and it was just like, well, that's not happening at all. So I've been up for like 12 hours at least. And there's only one cure. 4 more quad espressos. Right? There's only one way we're going to continue to make it through the day. The cost of mining and electricity. It would be, I don't know. We'll see. There's lots of different ways they could increase their revenue. It's just a matter of execution. Take a nap in between. Yeah, but then it's just not going to work. I have stuff to do, man. Right? Because after we're done this, I have to film, obviously, like a conclusion wrap-up video for everybody who doesn't hang out on the lives. And then I have to film Magic the Gathering Arena content, which takes at least an hour or two. And if I take a nap, like, that's it. It's over. Right? There's no coming back from that. So I think we just finished strong today. Is it really? Well, it would depend on your miner. Because then that's actually something I used to track a little bit of, is ASIC miner profitability rates. So it would depend on the efficiency of your miner and how new it is based on its hash rate. Because the better hash rate, the less time it takes. And typically the new miners are more efficient as well. Still using more power, but the power required per block or whatever will be more efficient. So we have a lot of spare energy here, right? And that's the key to crypto, is not just paying, consumer level electricity fee. So we have the oil and gas field here, and there's lots of just like bleed off energy. So there's even one locally. What's it called? I should know it. It's quite close to me though. Just like a giant crypto farm using like residual energy from the gas plant. So their costs for that, it's nothing, right? And then they're utilizing the heat for environmental projects because it's pretty cold here as well, right? So the heat is not necessarily a bad thing like it is in, like, you see the heat that the data centers put off is crazy. You need all these cooling towers and stuff, but we're using it to like grow gardens and shit. Yeah, it's definitely gonna depend on 4 shots each and then 5 of those, as one does. Anyways, yeah, I was like basically having probably one of the worst panic attacks last night as I tried to end stream. Because I just I was in a pretty good mood. But then I laid down. I was like, okay, it's like 3 in the morning. Get another hour sleep before you start trading, and it just wasn't happening. Which was good though, because I got up and nailed this trade. At like, what time was this? We had entries at this at 2:45 a.m. local time. 2:45 in the morning, I was up trading, right? And early bird gets the worm. Look at this beautiful pop up, right? Gap up, trend hold, boom, boom, boom. That is such a nice trend with a VWAP reclaim. Okay, so we take entry on the reclaim. Stop loss is below the recent pullback. 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 5-to-1. And then just all the way up to $21, $20.50 from our ads at $5.70. Woof, right? So it pays sometimes to be up early, even though I'm tired as all hell in the afternoon. I'm gonna be up early again tomorrow. And if you guys are ever bored, I'm on Twitch. I do all of everything else on Twitch under Hello Good Game. Excuse me. And yeah. And then here, just supposed to be strictly GameStop stuff. And here, there's no music, there's no movies. It's YouTube live, right? You got to be a little bit more professional. But that's okay. That's okay. Because this is where we get more of an audience on those YouTube videos as well. I think these would have been really nice ads here. Like, I don't see this being a real dip throughout the week, considering we remain bullish on the rate decrease midweek. We remain bullish for our, catalyst of earnings report later on in the week. Plus the market's trending in our favor. These would have been beautiful, beautiful ads. Today I've only had 2 coffees though. So 4 shots of espresso. Espresso. He gets upset when I say espresso. One does. They should be called espressos the way I drink them. I'd prefer it. We should start our own coffee brand and we'll call it that. The espresso. I mean, how could that not sell? All right. I mean, market not looking great here. Slowly kind of bleeding down, flagging off, I guess. See which way it breaks. Anyone's game. So yeah, maybe I'll grab a snack, get the blood sugars up, and then we can go through the profitability tracker that I've got, kind of give everybody some awareness of what's going on here, and then maybe I can, I say give you, but I mean grow my own. Because I'm going to make a YouTube video about this later tonight, and, Honestly, I don't even know what all of these things are. Well, we kind of do, but it's just like so much to grasp altogether. So we'll be taking a look at that, and we'll be right back. Like maybe 2 minutes. Well, it looks like we have broke down. Brutal. Hi, Maya. Are you yelling at me? Ooh. So much for a reversal into the afternoon here. Well, what time is it? We still have 2 hours. It's definitely not good, though. That's like a hard rejection. That is a hard rejection. Off view, which, you kind of expect, but you expect it to hold trend and retest and maybe get it on the third try, not just immediately break back down. Not great. I mean, the 23s are so nicely green. There's no need to bail on them yet, I don't think. Maybe don't let it turn red, obviously. It's over 15% still, so. It's an aggressive sell-off. Wouldn't it be a better idea for GameStop to release the earnings in the morning instead of after hours to avoid manipulation during low liquidity? The volatility is going to happen either way. I don't think there's escaping that. That's just kind of how things go in my experience. And it's, the next day's always going to come, right? So it doesn't really matter too much if it even did have a bit of an effect, I don't think. However, sometimes you see companies go on wicked runs when it's in the morning, and it just runs hard all day because there's never a chance for it to really cool. So I'm not opposed to the idea, but if earnings are that good, there's no you can't dispute that. It's gonna gap up and it's gonna run if it's good, and when things start to compound, that's really good. They obviously are going to need to compound harder than we'd like them to because, it's a $10 billion company making, $100 million, right? It's going to take a lot of years at that rate to grow the company, and expand the market cap as to what people would like to see, because they want hundreds of thousands of percent, right? So, it's a long process, and if you've been here this long, There's no reason to leave now. That's crazy, right? Like, you should have left years ago and then just be coming back now, if I'm being honest. But the volatility has been nice for those who've been, willing to sit here and learn how to play it. Like the turnaround's basically complete. They just have to determine, and I talked about this a little bit in the Discord, is how many stores do they close, right? Because that's, where this path leads is to our optimal storefront, because they do want storefronts. They're not in, I don't think, any just like, narrative or anything like to get rid of them all, right? I don't think that's happening. Oh no, we're digital only. You see them bringing people into the store through the trade in anything event most recently, right? And then the Pokemon has been really good to, you get them into the store and, they didn't just buy the Pokemon, they bought the Pokemon and some other dumb shit. I mean, valued merchandise. Sorry, pardon me, that come out? But I think the foot traffic is really, really good, and it's a balance. You want the digital road there also, but I don't think you just get rid of one. You want both together, Getting dominated here. What an absolute return to sender. Cheers, homie. Have a good day. The rest of the stream, I'll catch you on Twitch. Take care, homie. Like, what is this? He's crying. He's wiping a tear away. That emote looks just like me. I should be, like, getting a hold of YouTube or something. Maybe, like, a lawyer. Dang, man. That's, like, 1-for-1 of me the other week when GameStop was crashing. Is it a good time to buy an at-the-money call? Yes. Like a 23 for 110? Or are you thinking like a 22.5 for 240? They all look like me. What is happening? I'm just kidding. Sign in to my Microsoft experience? Dude, no way. There's no exit for this? You have to sign into your Microsoft account now. At 23? Yeah. Well, you would have been... You're down now. It was at 110 or 111. You're 114 now, bud. You missed it. No, honestly, I think anything at the money, in the money is even better. I think it's all good right now. Like, I don't think it's bad. As if you're willing to manage risk, like, because it's a time based trade, not a did I make money or not based trade, right? So you're just, you're selling it before the earnings call. So if you only are buying one, you're selling it at latest tomorrow afternoon. If you buy two, you should probably still sell both of them tomorrow afternoon. Let's say you buy 5 of them, though. Then you can maybe sell 4 of them tomorrow afternoon and hold one through the call. How high do you think we'll go this week if we beat expectations plus some good thoughts from Ryan? If Ryan opens his mouth, he's going to melt the fucking market. Whenever Ryan actually gives forward guidance, it's over. And I don't think he will because of that. And a lot of people say, no, they talk shit, but they don't realize the fucking loaded gun this guy has in his holster. Holy, if he gives forward-looking expectations that are bullish on an earnings call, algorithms are going to go wild. Because it'll be a triple beat at that point, right? Because, we're beating revenue and earnings, no problem. And then Ryan gives forward-looking expectations that are bullish, having not given them before in the last 6 years. Yeah. Dude. I'll fucking cry live on stream if Ryan gets on call. No joke. You want to see someone who's unstable? I'll show you. No, I mean, I'd be so freaking grateful for that, man. Those would be tears of joy. Honestly. And he has the right to do that, right? He has been working for free. He has turned this fucking ship around, cut the fat off this shit sandwich, and, thank God for these power packs, because that revenue is wild, right? Sorry, let me jump those out of here. Look at this revenue last quarter. Where am I? I'm 168 I'm looking for. Collectibles. Highlight the row. $227. So good. Right? Up from $211. Right? And that's down from the holiday quarter. But remember that it's not because so even though the we go to total net sales, right? So we see those kind of shrinking a little bit, then up. But that's because we need to remember that they have less storefronts, right? The right to use leases, the current and non-current leases or whatever, right? So current leases are like leases that are expiring in the next 12 months, right? Non-current will be 13 months plus, right? So all of these current operating leases are at exposure to be eliminated, right? So they're eliminating the non-current as, they come due, and they're like, we're not renewing you, get the fuck out. So that's where the fat has really been trimming at the most part, but we're also trimming the non-currents substantially from 385 down to 155, right? So this is a lot of overhead which has been reduced, and that's where the improved, SG&A comes from, right? Where we're absolutely crushing it because we've got rid of so much of the, unneeded bloat off the top. Now, however, that does have a downside, right? The downside is that there's not as much foot traffic to your stores because there are less stores. And because of that, there's going to be less revenue, but the ratio is improving, right? And that's the important part here for us. So I think if we do really good, where do we go here? What was I looking at? We're going to be looking at collectibles hard when this comes out. But we also want to see software go up a little bit because the Switch is out. So, people aren't buying as many Switches now. I'm sure they're still buying some, but they're going to be buying, all the new Switch games that come out, right? Because there's that tailwind. Because when a new console comes out, there's only like a few release titles, right? But then, as the months go by, more games become available for that system, right? So we should see software maybe go up a little bit because the Switch was super popular, right? Here, this is what I'm looking at though. So the net income of 168 is higher than our holiday quarter by is 131, right? So this is like red hot for the company. And if we can do that again, we're not only having a Q4 earnings every earnings, but what is potentially better than a Q4 earnings every earnings. And when retail companies operate in the red all year long until Q4 earnings to come into the black, that's a big deal when now we're not operating in the red every, for 3 out of the 4 quarters. We're crushing it all 4 quarters. And that will compound. It is, again, a small effect. They need to make still more money than this. And the majority of the money that we do make is just interest on the cash pile, which is why it's so important that it doesn't have a negative ROI. And the reason why it's listed as a liability, not an asset, because, Ryan, being the absolute bozo doofus that he is, he could burn that pile. Now, I know that seems weird to say, but what if he bought some Bitcoin at $108,000 and then Bitcoin was only worth $90,000? That essentially is a negative return on investment and burning the cash pile. Now, if he does that, that's very bad, right? But if he doesn't, then we're making 4.5 and we continue to compound and make fat stacks of interest cash. That, again, compounds. Furthermore, it provides us time and a runway to spot the right deal, to get the good acquisition or stake. It doesn't have to be full acquisition, right? It gives us time to get the right deal that's going to benefit us, right? Not just this hype by the Bitcoin because my rich billionaire friend said so. Oh, Ryan. That's my dad. But things look really good though. As much as I love to talk shit about our past mistakes, it's just so everybody realizes, right? This is a good thing to have individuals realize that, okay, that 10 billion cash really is not that much. What is it, 4.7, right? It might be a little higher, but it's substantially less than 10. Because a lot of that cash, even though at 0% interest, technically is a liability unless it up converts. And when we're down converting it currently, that's not a good look. Right? So that's why Bitcoin is down in the dumps when GameStop's earnings is about to come out, because I guarantee you they're going to run that story of Ryan being a dog shit investor. Why wouldn't they run with it? If I was going to, trash talk GameStop, that's what I would be doing. That kind of sounds like you are. Aside from that, Formal has literally copied our estimates. 26 diluted, 32. I put mine out first, baby. 32 basic, 26 diluted. Ha! No, I mean, obviously brilliant minds. PMO crossed. 4 hours still looks scary, though. We can check in on that. It's the 1 day looking good, but the 4 hour, I don't know. Not looking great. And that's the red flag, right? If this doesn't cross back over in a bullish manner, that's not good. How high do you think we'll go this week if we beat expectations? Oh, I just went off on a total rant and forgot to actually answer that question. The ice cream post got me thinking. He might say something. Powerbacks is amazing. Being able to generate income with also minimal loss in card inventory and multiple transactions is wonderful. Yes, but there's also a massive downside to that, though. We are buying millions of dollars in Pokemon cards at this point at the peak of the Pokemon bubble. If Pokemon ever crashes and GameStop gets left with all this fucking inventory, we're cooked. It's like buying Bitcoin at the high. It's no different. We are buying bulk assets at their high. It's not great, but so far it's working, and hopefully it continues to compound and Pokemon never comes back to reality. But the price of these cards and collectibles in general is not sustainable. It's not going to continue on this trajectory. Nothing will. How it has been doing so thus far is truly a miracle. But at some point, all things end. And so will the current cycle. I'm not saying it doesn't come back, but the current cycle of, the Pokemon hype, right? And it is like, it's definitely there. And we've seen that before, right? We've seen, on previous bull cycles, sealed Nintendo 64s, for example, going for $1 million, right? But then the market crashes, and now that same auction is selling for $100K or something, right? So these speculative assets really get pumped up during market highs. So I think it's really good that they come out and they say, hey, you know what? We're all out of product. We can't sell any more lunar packs. Because to me, that signifies that they're not overcommitting to inventory to maybe help mitigate this potential risk in the future of a bubble popping in that area. All right? Because then, we didn't just buy $10 million worth of Pokemon cards that are now worth $3 million. Right? Oh, man. Because the Pokemon cards are volatile, too. Like, one day a Charizard's worth $13K, the next, 9, and then, 5 years later, 80. Like, it's a crazy world. So I want to see this 4-hour kind of come back, or else I'm nervous. But it is what it is. Oh, I got to get out of here. What is this doing? What in the heck? This went on a massive run this morning. Pulled back, and this is just this afternoon. I shouldn't be here. I should be looking at GameStop. Wowee, TWG in the house. Don't mind that. And, yeah. So this gap holding is pretty nice. I don't even know where this is from. I think it's pretty old, but it held here. It's holding here so far. I'll leave it around. $23's still kicking around. The Windows backup from cloud is kind of annoying. I got a limit at 110 for the 23s. Yeah, you want to pull up a chart? Create new chart. There's just no volume. I grabbed some on this morning. We missed the scale out. I was playing Battlefield. This would have been a really nice scale out, though. Going to order in for 150, but 140 we should have definitely taken. But we'll swing it back. I have confidence, or whatever, trade breaks even, and we're still massively green on this earnings run up. So we can do no harm to our account. Literally, we're totally scaled, protected. So if you weren't in yet and you didn't have profits yet, and this is like, your first little bit, just manage it a little bit better, right? If things really do look super ultra shitty, then just cut it. Check in with me first, though, so you don't make an emotional trade, I guess. So where this gets really crazy though is like, okay, Power Packs is so cool. We're having Q4, revenue basically every quarter, right? That's incredible. Like, I don't think anyone's really grasping that. But what if we had another revenue stream? What if the whole company had a complete turnaround and was in the last year and a half of completing that, because they still have all these, short-term leases to cleanse, and now they've got this, revenue monster with the power packs, which is really converting. But then they're adding more. They're doing more than that. Oh my gosh! And so you can see like the list of possible bullish catalysts stacking up, right? There's so many potential things that can happen in our favor, and day by day, fewer negative things that happen against us, right? There's very little risk for us at this point moving forward, which should give you the confidence to buy the lows, specifically long-term trend-wise. And you can take advantage of that, right? Because you may have more confidence than most, and typically that is like a risk as a trader. Like, to be overconfident is like not good, because there is a lot of risk you always need to be aware of. But with GameStop and such, just a masterful situation, like through Ryan's, like wholeheartedness, I guess. It's crazy how confident you can be with GameStop, in my opinion. Like, were you looking at the 4-hour PMO or the 15 minutes? 4-hour hasn't crossed bearish yet. I'm looking at the 4-hour, and it certainly has. The 1 day is bullish, but the 4-hour is bearish as all hell. These are diverging in a bearish manner. So if this doesn't flip back, I don't like it. But we're going into a period of extreme volatility. This very much is probably just a cool off. But this would scare me again. And so we're just talking about this, the confidence that you have with GameStop, right? So technically speaking, this scares the shit out of me. I do not like this. This is brutal. The stock is like gonna retrace, but I know that GameStop's earnings are going to be good because I have this unyielding confidence, and that makes me think, okay, so this is just a cool off. I get in on the cool off, right? I buy that dip, and that's a confidence that you're not going to have other places, or if you do have it, it will be misplaced, right? We have filled. Uh-oh, it's all down from here. Ah, yes. So I always use extended hours because it has all of the data, right? And a lot of GameStop's moves happen pre and post market, right? Like tonight, the earnings, for example, very volatile event, and will be pre and post. And whenever we're squeezing, the last little juice always gets squeezed out in pre market, right? SPY is actually breaking down here. Oh my God. Your brand new computer comes with McAfee antivirus, the biggest virus program in the world. We got to get that off of here. 250 megabytes too. Uninstall. No, not a fan of antivirus. I just use Windows. Yeah, no, I think a fill at 110 is not terrible. Again, it's just the confidence I have in GameStop is probably unhealthy. Like if Ryan ever tweets anything provocative, I just buy weeklies in the morning. That's so dangerous. And that's the level of confidence I have in GameStop and in Ryan. And it's just like an indicator, right? Like, so we use the exponential moving averages, and they work so well because the majority of people trading use them. So when you hit a resistance point, the collective, the majority, sees that and they act accordingly, right? So they put in the sell orders. And because of that, now the sells take control and it becomes true. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Indicators based on the number of people really utilizing them and majority rules, right? So the same thing goes with Ryan because there are so many eyes on willing to act that it, whether or not his tweet is relevant or has a factual bearing on actually moving the stock, it's irrelevant because there's so many people acting on it with intent that it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So, Ryan tweets, all this fresh buy volume hits, and away we go. And that probably would not have happened without the tweet because now there's no buy volume and we're all just waiting, right? So it's the same as an indicator or a support line, right? Like, you hit a support line based on an indicator that lots of people are using and are looking at. You buy in, and there's your trend reversal. Away we go. Buyers take control. So I like that. That's pretty cool. This morning was a good example of that. Missing our exit a little bit. I was a little bit distracted, but yeah, I think it'll be fine. This afternoon, tomorrow, we still have, an hour left? 2 hours left. Uh-oh. You guys are stuck with me. The market's selling off fine. I don't think it continues to sell off throughout the week. You know, the interest rate is the day after tomorrow, so if anything, this is just gonna, get eaten back up with a gap up tomorrow or something. But I mean, in the meantime, we're holding on. Super bearish reversal though, right? Because you're already under your 200. You're already under VWAP. You know, you lose this support. You have your bearish reversal. You fail a retest. Ugh, this just looks gross for the rest of the day. Be right back. I just have to walk my dog. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Are we winning? Or it's cold out there. What was that, Maya? Now that's a powerful cat. Yeah, another exciting day in the booth here with GameStop. It's all fun and games until Ryan gives forward guidance. Literally nothing. Quiet before the storm, though, right? Does this match unusual whales? This being posted twice? Wild. Wild. You guys, you're too much. So you see the operating loss for every quarter except for holiday. That's what I was talking about before. Some volume. 200 of these just bought up. Munching on Cool Ranch Doritos. Mine are regular Doritos. Man. I got one of those jumbo bags at Costco. It'll fuck you up. I've been eating Doritos for a week. I'm becoming a Dorito. Yeah, I'm curious on the inventory numbers. Because how many, like, these Pokemon cards are expensive. And I'm sure it doesn't take that many Pokemon cards for power packs to, you know, here's a couple 100 million. $30,000 a card, they add up, I guess, right? That operating income. That's nice. Improving their operating margin is good too. What should I be looking for regarding exiting the call? Wait until after earnings or before the call? Before the call. How many did you buy? Just like, and you don't have to tell me the exact number. Is it like just one, or is it like 5, or is it like 10? Because that's going to depend. Because obviously, if you buy one, then you have to confirm your profits, which is tomorrow afternoon. If you have 5, like I said, you can sell 4 of them and hold one. You know, if you got 10, you can sell 8, hold 2. I would probably just confirm profits, and then, you're here with us again next time. It's better than playing a lotto, and you can't really do much on one. So I would chill out, and I would just hold on to it till tomorrow afternoon. You'll be best to get out on a high, technically speaking, as well, which, I'm right there beside you to scale out. I would love to swipe this out this afternoon. Like, there's got to be some buy pressure come in. Like, this is... Did no one hear the things I was just saying? We'll be okay. I think earnings is going to be really good. Honestly, you could hold it and gap up, but you've got to sell it Wednesday right at open and just realize, and that's, you as an individual can make that decision. I don't need to make that for you. It's, you can confirm your profits tomorrow afternoon, or you can take a chance and roll the dice, right? So that's totally up to you as an individual. I do think earnings will be good, and I do think the market is primed to rip, but you just never know the specifics. Like, we've seen NVIDIA have great earnings and gap down, but it gets it right back after, but, it's the volatility is so uncertain. It's really whatever the market maker decides, but, I just don't see it being bad. Like, I'm pretty sure GameStop's even going to crush my estimates. I think this is probably more like a 0.40 and a 0.30, but I don't know. We'll see. I think we absolutely kill it. But again, just like I said this last earnings too, is it becomes not a question of how high does this move GameStop, but a question of how reduced is the down, right? Because everybody's looking for a reason to attack GameStop. And at best, they're just defending themselves. Yeah, if you can get a good entry, I like to, size in appropriately. Because even, like, say, even it's a $100 call, I don't want it to go to zero. You're never letting that call go to zero here. Well, you can let it do whatever, I guess, but I would never recommend that. You have a risk. Maybe that call goes to, it's $100 and you're minus 30%. You take that $70 back, and you're like, okay, I'll look for a reentry somewhere else, right? Like, so even though it may seem like a lot of risk at $100, on who wants to lose $100, right? But you're not risking that whole amount here, typically, right? Never ever hold the contract to zero. It's never gonna come back. That's not how these things work. You just, if you want in again later and you have that continued bias, then you chill, right? I've taken a loss and then got back in later before, like many times. Like, it just, you have to act based on what the technicals are saying, and for me, that would be the 15-minute. If GameStop can continue to hold the 200 on its 15-minute chart, right? If this bullish order block can find support, and this bullish breaker block, we've got a couple things here, right? We've got EMA support, we have breaker block, we have order block, plus bullish catalysts incoming. So, if this holds, I'm good, right? I like that for continuation. However, if it did break down, then I'm closing out my positions, right? I don't, You know, I mean, we've locked profits, so the psychology of remaining in those positions into Tuesday afternoon is a lot friendlier than, oh no, what if it crashes and I give all this back? That would suck. Um, so the psychology of having already scaled out on the high the other day um, allows us to kind of remain in that trade because it's risk free. You know, I've already confirmed the majority of my profits. What remains is basically house money, right? So um, I don't mind giving a little bit of that back if we do venture down here. But I still am an appropriate trader, and I don't let those runners go to zero. You know, I still take what I'm owed back, you know, if the trade breaks down. But for now, I'm in it. You know, I think things look good. I think the market's going to pull around here at some point. We tried to earlier, failed the VWAP reclaim, rejected down hard, and sold down this morning too. Like that's aggressive on the broader market. But GameStop cannot be quenched as it's got its reversal, right? We have our EMAs swapping here. We got a 200 break. Is it going to be the same thing here though, where we have reversal 200 reject VWAP? That's going to be probably pretty likely, but we'll see. We'll see. Again, a lot of these typical technical based indicators, they're going to be invalidated. Like this buy side liquidity is a massive point of rejection, but if you clear it, there's fresh limit buys above it, and there's stop loss from the shorts above it as well. So you get above that, you're going to fly. Typically a point of rejection, right? But because, again, we're so bullish on GameStop into the week because of earnings, we should just be melting these resistances as we go, right? So it's always a good time in that pre-earnings run-up to buy dips, right? So you can size in dips and sell the pops, scalp around your core position. These are up at 120 from your 110 fill. That is not bad. Not too shabby. I know, $10. But, that's not terrible. Everybody gets pretty greedy, though, right? It's super easy to be greedy. Basically, never look at your profit loss. Never, ever trade your profit loss. That's a pretty good lesson. Always just trade the technical, right? What does the chart say? Not what does my position say. What does that chart say? Any flow from Buddy here? Rolling from one to the other. Those would be tricky obligations to roll because the warrants are attached to them. I don't know how one would be able to tell that either. No flow. No, there truly isn't. I think we still get plenty. It's a long day into earnings tomorrow. A lot of hype. Hi, Maya. Should we have a third coffee? Yeah, good idea. As long as it's not 4 coffees, right? 4 is where it goes from good to bad. I think there's a fair amount of open interest on chain. More than we typically see. I think it's just easily hidden considering how much there is. And that's how, typically December earnings is that way because a lot of people have loaded in on Januaries. And those, there's been so many Januaries for so long. Speaking of Januaries, oh boy, would it be nice to be above 25 come OPEX. Above 30 for OPEX? Now we're really cooking. But I don't know. That's asking a lot, I feel like. Is this the article we see? %15 over Q3 or over its previous Q2? The Altman Z score. You gotta love that. It could literally go to 20K, no problem. What's that, Bitcoin? I don't want to be that guy. GameStop's not going to 20K, dude. That's not ever gonna happen. Shell, I know. What a guy. The market cap on that would be just silly. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing the math on it, but yeah, it's not that's not how that's gonna work ever. I mean, I wish, wouldn't that be cool, right? But um, unfortunately, we do have to anchor ourselves appropriately so to manage expectations, right? Doesn't mean we won't squeeze and have an inflated market cap, right? We can definitely climb up that ladder of, you know, total global liquidity because there is only so much to go around. It's like you can't just set these numbers. Like they have to go there, right? It's based on inflow. Um, so the market cap would be about 8.95 trillion, nearly 9 trillion. We would be at that point, which is actually less than I thought it would be. So what's Nvidia worth? 4 trillion or something? 4.5. We would be twice what Nvidia is. which is the entire market. Speaking of Nvidia, dang, bro. 10K a share. Now we're matching Nvidia. That's still a little aggressive, right? 2.5K a share, 1/4 Nvidia. Hmm. I would say the truth lies somewhere between there and here. Between $22 and $2,200. And of course, that's going to be on the squeeze, I would assume, right? Whether the peak of the squeeze or, well, no, not during the squeeze. It is either A, during the squeeze, or 15 years down the road when we've, incorporated additional revenue streams and compounded fucking all everything. But no Bitcoin. I also don't necessarily see Bitcoin going to 20K. That's a little bit much, isn't it? I think that there's and yes, in theory, sure, anything can, but too much institutional onboarding to have that kind of crash. Maybe 75. I would say 80 was probably it, but we'll see. If we see sub 70 again, holy. Sometimes I do like to check out market cap comparisons though, and then I'll look at to where I think GameStop should be fairly valued, because to put a dollar amount on it is kind of weird, but to compare it against another company becomes a little bit easier, and then you can see their dollar amount and then look at the discrepancy, right? Which admittedly there's not a ton of direct competitors for GameStop, but you can take a look. Maybe GameStop needs to start selling house appliances. Right? That's what Best Buy does. That's what's keeping them alive. I'm positive that Best Buy is held up by fridge sales. I don't know. Did people buy TVs anymore? Like, when's the last time someone's even turned a TV on? I'm just kidding. I personally am on my computer full time, so I don't really use a TV. Have one. It's not been on in years, though. And I feel like with phones being more relevant, TVs are less popular. Best Buy has a massive footprint, though. Those are big stores filled with a lot of product that outdates. Consumer electronics aren't relevant for long, right? Like they're preceded by bigger and better things pretty quick too, right? Like, more megapixels, for example, every couple months. So it's not like that inventory you get can just sit on the shelf for 5 years. Well, you wait to sell it. Like, say, a guitar would, right? Because a guitar is the same guitar now as it was 10 years ago and will be in 10 years from now. But, the laptop isn't. The laptop is, worth thousands of dollars right now. And in 10 years is going to be worth $100, right? So there's a lot of risk in consumer electronics with the pace of improvement. You guys want to see a short squeeze in real time? We looked at this earlier, and I said it was squeezing. It's not stopped. We were here at like $13. I was like, wow, look at this. We're not supposed to look at stuff like this, though. GameStop people get upset with me. It's good to be aware, though. It's good to be aware. A nice gap fill strategy here. If you're part of my trading group, you'll know. So we have a halt up. This is just education. You can learn. You finna learn now, son. We have a halt up, right? Stock stops. It halts up, creates this gap, revisits it. You take entry on the revisit, and then you can scalp it up. So here's your entry in the gap here somewhere, right? Your stop loss goes right below the gap. And now you just made yourself a potential 4-to-1 trade. No problem. Which is crazy good. So that's a nice entry model you can practice. It's called the gap fill strategy. I'll get out of here, though. Is the market reversing? Looks like it. Right on time. So let's see if we can squeeze these calls up to 140 again. If we can get 140, I'll probably start to scale out. I don't mind that. That's like 1 day hold time, right? That's pretty good. So if you ever are making 40% in a day and you're not taking at least some of it, I don't know, man. You got less problems in life than I do. Because you got to take that. You don't let that hang out, in my opinion. You want to still have exposure? Sure, but pull out the lion's share of profits, right? Because there's going to be another day. Like, for example, the market dips down tomorrow. I can't say that the market doesn't gap down tomorrow morning, right? You could be selling GameStop this afternoon at 130, 140, these calls, and buying them back tomorrow, 80 cents, right? So it's always better to reduce your risk, confirm profits while you can. Confirm while you can confirm. Hey, well, the sun shines, right? The market immediately saying, no, I don't want to reverse. Now, I think the rate cut sends everything into a Santa rally. So, a dip pre-massive run, not uncommon, right? And, to what extent does it go? Is this it? Do we get a little bit tomorrow, right? And I think, it would be a Wednesday midday we get that decision. So it could be potentially a little bit a Wednesday morning, which would be post GameStop earnings. And then, it's all just aligning. So I'll probably wait a little bit unless GameStop starts hitting volume. And that's the thing. Volume is king. If GameStop starts crushing 10 million volume a day, I'm not waiting. I'm just getting on the train, right? But, if we continue to have sub 10 days that bleed down to like 6, then I want to wait. I want to give it a week. Let IV crush, let momentum, retrace and reset, at which point then we can maybe enter some longer leaps, right? Nothing short-dated. Earnings is too far away for any of that. I can't say when the stock moves, right? But if things are moving, then maybe we get in on something long-term for an extended run, right? Those will be higher risk, though. However, we'll follow the flow, right? And if there's volume, if there's option flow, then why wouldn't we get involved? So we asked ourselves, we're like, hey, does GameStop reverse and reject VWAP just like the broader market did? And the answer was yes. We just are watching the SPY chart delayed, which it probably doesn't bode well for GameStop if that has any bearing. Of course, I don't think it does, but you do have a reversal off your low, reject VWAP. Now breaking the 200, right? Just very low volume. That's probably why it's like seeing such a delay. Because the orders to be filled, like they just sit there in purgatory. And even that, there's such, the volume of orders is just low anyway. So what do we have? 3.6 million volume, and we only have an hour left. Holy fuck, low volume. Pardon my language. I shouldn't swear. We may finish below 4 million volume today. I would expect a rush end of day, but this has been the lowest volume I've seen in some time. Let's actually look at that. $3.73. Oops. What do we have here? 2.86. Now that is a low volume day. 4.5. Yeah, I mean typically between like high 4 and 6. Sub 10 almost always, unless something real is happening. Let's stay with 14. End of day spy calls? Anyone brave enough? What do you think a 683 is worth? $0.33? Videotape and Walkman and cameras? Yeah. Now that shit is not only priced down, but straight up irrelevant. I would watch VHS tapes just because if I had them. I have not seen a VHS tape since I was young. Pretty young. I think the last VHS I ever had was Star Wars Episode 1. which was awesome because I had the original trilogy also on VHS. But I think that's when the transition kind of happened because I think episode 2 was DVD. Episode 3 was definitely DVD. Remember how expensive DVD players used to be? What GameStop should do is develop a time machine, go back in time and sell DVD players. We'd be rich. No, I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'll try to get a good night's sleep tonight for earnings tomorrow because we'll be streaming through the call, right? We're going to have everything pulled up and probably update our spreadsheet once it comes out, right? We're going to spend some time with it, go through everything, see how close our estimates were. Blu-ray, man. I don't know if I owned a single Blu-ray though. I never had a PlayStation 3. I was an Xbox kid. Blu-rays are still relevant though, right? I already didn't sleep last. Too excited? Yeah, I was up most of last night too. But that was just too many coffees. I don't think that's GameStop related. Oh, was this like HDD or HD DVD? Which I think they still use too. Like I'm pretty sure that still also exists. Which is crazy because I'm a pirate, right? So when I'm torrenting things, and it's like, oh man, which one of these is better quality? I'm pretty sure Blu-ray is better quality. At least that's what the file size says. Well, I'm older than I'd like to be. Yeah, I think most of us probably are. With a pager? Well, no, I mean I was a child, not a working businessman. Congratulations, homie. Kids had those before cell phones. I don't remember kids ever having pagers. I didn't grow up in East Hollywood though. Which I laugh at, but it was far worse where I grew up. You know, I'm a rural kid. We've got potato farms and stuff here, and gas wells. No, and I feel like cell phones were just getting relevant too when like I was growing up. Like I feel like older people weren't really utilizing cell phones the way that we were as youth. They're like, here's my big ass phone I plug into my car. And we're like, yeah, well, mine's got an antenna. Take mine with me. All right, Market, let's get after it. I'm running out of time and only an hour left. I want to brag to people about my gains today on YouTube. I need you to provide. Unhappy of direct math. It's true, though. I'm going to grab a snack quick. 1 minute. Alrighty then. It wasn't Lupus. I don't know. Lupus Anthony. Not till March? I'm gonna watch that shit. We're gonna stream that shit live, baby. Oh, man. That'll be a fun day. I wonder if it'll be... No, I don't think it would be, but that would be fun if it was. First time catching live. I want to say you make good videos. Thank you for watching those. I appreciate it. Keep fighting the good fight, brother. No, the watch time is awesome. The likes really help as well. Any comments are cool. And if there's anything I can help you with, please don't hesitate. Be my pleasure to help, right? It's crazy how you can just get things delayed so much. I'm sure the guy gets off, but they should have their feet in hot water too. Like they held Kitty's feet to the fire for no reason, drug him in. That's crazy. So I feel like it's only fair. Speaking of Loop Capital, though, what is Anthony up to? What's Chukwamba doing? I don't know if I say his name right. What's Chucky up to these days? I don't really hear much of Loop Capital. We have been seeing low-float Chinese pumps, though, which he's known for. I think HKD pumped recently as well. HKD had news today, actually, now that I think of it. Which resulted in absolutely nothing, like it always does. But TWG is same like profile, like it's low float Hong Kong. Similar share structure, right? Pretty boring day. Not much going on. Getting you guys a nice entry this morning, though. That's as much as I can possibly do. And then we just sit here and manage it together. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a market structure shift. Smells like higher highs in here. I wonder why that is. Challenge VWAP for a second time. Even if we break it, though, I mean, it's like, where are we going from here? The market ends, right? So, and it's not like GameStop's going to trade after hours tonight. It never does. And if it does, then that's like a volumetric event happening. So, it's just I find so unlikely that we're going to have something like that pre-earnings. All right. But yeah, I think if Ryan opens his mouth, GameStop is going to cook some fucking shorts. Let's not be too hard on Buddy. So that's literally what we have. Someone should show Buddy my cash floor indicator, which the valuation is more than the cash floor, let's be honest. But we were saying 11 and 16. I mean, that's literally what I have. 1620 and 1182. So we're 40 cents off and 80 cents off, which, you definitely want to add to this because you have positive forward-looking projections. Your revenue looks great. So it's over this for sure, right? But it's not, we're not talking floor value. GameStop's no longer a floor value company. We're a ceiling level company. Y'all better get familiar. But I'm sure we still have some down days too. But just to consolidate on lower trend line for months at a time, I don't think those days will continue for much longer. Right? Like, how many quarters does GameStop pull in a better than holiday season revenue? Like, this 131 on Christmas, and then on non-Christmas quarter, they're pulling in 168, nearly 170. That is like your Christmas quarter plus your already turned around quarter added onto that. Never mind your what used to be quarters. You had negative quarters, bro. And then, 15 million, 17 million. Okay, Christmas saves us 131 million. Getting the company kind of turned around, doing pretty good, 44 million. And then non-Christmas earnings, 168. If they fucking crush higher than this 168, it's so over, it's not even funny. It's over until the Pokemon bubble pops. At which point, then maybe we retrace. But like, if they can continue to compound at a more aggressive level than this, like, look at the difference between Q3. Well, no, Q2 it would be 1480 and Q2 168. Like, that's so fucked up. And then, okay, Q4, your Christmas season is the big one, right? You're still blowing it out of the water. And if you can blow it out of the water twice, 3 times, 4 times, at what point does it actually break loose for the company? And again, this is all with them without any additional revenue streams, which we're in a position to do really aggressively. Like the potential upsides on GameStop far outweigh any, shortcomings or downsides. And it becomes more skewed in that aspect, I think, every day, well, every quarter for sure. And it's becoming very clear to me as I've actually looked at it. Probably clear to everyone else as they probably looked at this 2-3 months ago. But, if we can layer on, just like another one of these, great. The earnings after this is going to be holiday season, which is kind of crazy to think that we're going to do our regular holiday boost plus this boost. So let's say, this is 20 and 44. Let's say this is like 32 or 30, whatever, 35. So there's still like 96 million here accounted to the holiday, seasonal situation, the gift giving, right? Round down 90, add that 90 to your 170 or whatever we get this time. It's going to be like a 250 million quarter for Q4 next earnings. Not this earnings tomorrow, but the one after. It's going to be a quarter B, and that's going to be a big deal. That'll be something GameStop's never experienced before. Because, we at 170, we've experienced that before. Hitting 131 is pretty close. Obviously, this is way better because it's a slow quarter. But you know what GameStop's not hit? A 250. That's substantial. And then again, it's not just one and done fluke. It's like, holy shit, this is going to happen to us again and again and again. Like, it's where that starts to compound, and hopefully they don't make any poor decisions, and we can maybe find some good investments along the way. And I'm really interested to see what Burry has to say. Really interested to see what Burry has to say for GameStop. And if he talks about a way for us to deploy our capital that's beneficial, obviously, that's bullish. Now, are we willing to trust Burry implicitly and follow through? Because I kind of feel like Ryan and Kitty would. And honestly, there's a reason some people are billionaires and others aren't. No offense, I'm not either. But they're like better. They are pretty smart. They're better, like well connected. They have typically better education. They're eating healthier. There's just so many levels to it. They're more active a lot of the time. I would on that, you take their word for it. Who are you to say, right? I'd probably take their word. So I'm super curious to see what Burry has to say and how actionable it is. Because Burry's kind of like a long-term guy, right? Which is fine because we're all still here. LOL. Maybe we should have been more long-term about it. Is he just going to say, hey, you know what, just sit on that cash like you're doing for the next 10 years while you wait for the market to crash? Or is he, more aggressive where he's like, timeline is this year, 6 months, 2 years or whatever, 3 years. I'd be curious to see how easily actionable it is, the scope of it, right? Because obviously, if Burry's big idea, and I know this has already happened, but if his big idea was to, do a 500 million Bitcoin purchase, it's like, a hedge against the market crash, great. The size or scope of that's quite small in comparison to, there's a $2 billion acquisition that you're doing or something, right? So, on a company with upside, turnaround potential, right? Something like this. I don't know. I honestly have no idea. I would suspect a share buyback. I really don't know. Not at 23 though. Probably. When we were at 19, I was getting pretty curious about it. Um, and maybe that's it, right? It's like if you do visit those levels again, a share buyback could be appropriate. And I don't know. I'm curious. Maybe his advice is less financial and more um like sociable, I guess, where he's like you need forward guidance, and he like gives Ryan a hard time about being coy, maybe, right? Could you be as simple as that? I really don't know, because he has been super humble about everything, like, which is good. I mean, I'm that way, right? I don't want to overhype things. It's crazy wasted time. Like I get it sells, and that's probably is for the best because it pushes the algorithm, and it's what people love, right? It's the uncomfortable lie or the sharp truth or whatever, right? Um, I don't know. I don't think Kitty's brother's posts uh, are relevant at all. You know, I would leave that family alone, let them live their lives. I do think that Kitty might potentially be doing trades in smaller size to show you how to make appropriate trades. Because if he trades full size, he melts the market. Like he'll ruin it. He's got too much, um, too much size or liquidity. Like he literally cook the whole chain if he goes in full size, right? But he can sell 5,000 cash secured puts, and you can see that, and you understand that okay, IV's elevated. Let me watch that trade, which is something that we need to do because someone did sell a block of 5,000s the other day, 20 cash secured puts, right? So as a trader, you want to pull up that trade, add it to a watch list. What was the fill? And now let me monitor that trade through earnings to see if it was profitable, right? And then if it was profitable, to what extent? And then you know maybe I can add that into my rotation. Just like I go long into earnings with these at the money calls and kind of size in as we get closer. So too can be doing so with the covered calls, right, into earnings in the day after, as well as the cash secured puts, right? So, um, yeah, worth paying attention to all data points if you can, and just try to remain aware. Because maybe that trade isn't profitable. Maybe that trade gets cooked, right? And then you would know that you would not have to A, pay attention to it, or B, try to replicate it at all. I expected more movement on today's ice cream post. I'm going to be honest. Calls at 122 from your 110. Not terrible. Not a terrible ad earlier. We're back to support. See if it can hold into the end of the day. Maybe close out a little stronger than this. And then all eyes on tomorrow. We want to get a nice exit tomorrow at some point. Maybe we're not waiting to the end of the day, right? Because obviously we'd rather get out on a high than a low. And then, just hold a small percentage through the call. If you just have common shares, that's fine too, right? Like, that's totally acceptable. It's just how I'm able to magnify some profits. It's appropriate to keep your size a little bit smaller when it's in an option because the risk is higher. A little bit more aggressive to manage. I'll probably have a bit of a nap after market close here today, and then I'll be on Twitch this evening. I'm going to be playing with my spreadsheet, making a video about it for YouTube. Probably playing some Magic the Gathering. Always checking in on GameStop after hours, obviously, as well. And maybe watching some X-Men. I'm going through the X-Men movies. Well, I was watching last night. I couldn't sleep, so I was watching Brave New World, the Captain America, right? And they ended it with them finding adamantium in Africa, and I was like, oh my god, I got to watch X-Men. That means. So here we are. And then tonight, looking at futures, right? And crypto, seeing if we can get some upside movement on that. That'd be great. It would bode well for GameStop tomorrow. And then earnings is going to come out. We already know it's going to be banger. How high do we gap up, right? How far is the market willing to let us run is the question. 2450? Do we clear 25 and go? I'm still holding to that 24. If we clear that, I mean, there's no reason we don't run into 28 again. Literally. Maybe we call this support too. Or sorry, well, it'd be resistance. Move this down a little bit. Actually, I'm going to par it. It is there. I don't want to make it too big, though. Let's do wick to wick. Or body to body, actually. I like that. So we can clear the one day. Maybe we get another dollar out of it. I see people projecting $40, $120. I personally don't. And if we do get there, that's great. But I'm going to take it one level at a time. Right? Here's this massive order block to invalidate. But at this point, we have bigger players either A, strengthening their hedge, or maybe they begin to unwind it, which is its whole other thing. Right? Why don't I get pushed on Super Stonk? Crazy, right? Only people who lose money are allowed on there. I might not even make it, I'll be honest. I'm passing out right now. It was a long night. Hopefully it's a long week. I would like nothing more for it to be a excruciatingly long week. GameStop gaps up to 45. Everybody panics. They don't know what to do. The channel gets overwhelmed. Easy peasy. And we never sleep again. No, I'm just kidding. I sleep more probably than any human being. I feel like I've just been hibernating, waiting for GameStop. Right? And then we'll have this quarter go by, and then I'll, go back into hibernation until next earnings. $25 minutes. Not a lot of time. The market truly just does not have it in it today. What a bleed off. 0.5%. Seems worse than it is, right? Because we gapped up this morning. And then a lot of that bleed down was just giving back that gap. And even to close yesterday, we really, recovered immediately on Friday. So in reality, if we start our bleed down from the consequent encroachment, now we're rechasing up to it. It's not as bad as it seems, I don't think. Maya probably thinks you sleep too much. Yeah. She sleeps a lot too. She's sleeping right now. Oh my god. No, my dog is pretty brutal. He just barks a lot in his old age. He's got to go out and use the bathroom more frequently and does not make it through the night. So I'm up a couple times walking my dog around the yard at -20 in the middle of the night in my house coat. It's awesome. It's the best. So we've been behind on sleep a little bit as of late because it's a lot easier in the summer when it's warm out. You just kick him out on the deck, and if he barks to get back in, he barks to get back in, and if he doesn't, he sleeps on the deck where he's perfectly fine. But in the cold, you can't leave him out, right? How much volume? 3.84. Oh my god! I give it a little bit. That's crazy. There is no volume here. Less than 4 million volume pre-earnings. Holy. Seems a little aggressive. And I like how in the reports that we read today, those earning reports, they're talking about how liquidity is good. Is it though? If you call this good liquidity, I'd hate to see bad liquidity. What we should do is make an exact duplicate of that spreadsheet, but for AMC, and then compare the two to, because that should be our ultimate grift. Like, if I'm going to be a successful YouTuber, I get it. Everybody needs their grift. My grift can be converting AMC holders to GameStop, right? Not so bad. Well, I mean, there's still plenty of it on the order book. There's like thousands and thousands of shares here listed with a really nice walk down or spread. Like the spread's not wide. It's not that crazy or liquid. Typically when it is, you see a wide spread, right? But I mean, it's fine. It's just not trading. Nobody wants to buy GameStop. That's all. Isn't that a humbling reality? Right before one of GameStop's biggest earnings, nobody wants to buy it. Isn't that weird? Are they all waiting for tomorrow? Hmm. I'm just saying, it's curious. One would expect higher volume on the last days of a pre-earnings run-up. Are so removed from reality. Trying to convince them of facts is an uphill battle. Tried too many times. Yeah, well, could be a good angle to grow the channel, though. Just talk shit about AMC the whole time. Yeah, I gotta let my dog out. He's losing his mind. 1 minute. Ooh. All right. I mean, we must be down to the wire here. 18 minutes. Which actually typically the market holds its breath in anticipation of. That's a good point, Snake. Lots of the times you'll see the market totally just like come to a standstill pre FOMC. This is a good consolidation on the market, though. Right? Ooh, I'll take arthritis for my hand hurts. Wow. Some days are worse than others. How cold is it? It's not even cold out yet. -10. It's the warmest it's ever going to be out. Do we think the market melts up at the end of the day like it did yesterday or Friday? Because we sold off and then melted right back up. What are the odds of that happening again in like the next 10 minutes? 683 call is worth $13. Let's keep an eye on that. Do you think it's better to buy shares tonight before the close or tomorrow? Well, you'll actually have until after hours too, right? Like you have some time potentially. I think tomorrow pre-market would be the low. I think tonight it trades flat. Tomorrow pre-market you get a blip down, and then that's it. That's super tinfoil though, man. I'm just throwing darts in the absolute dark. If I were to guess though, I'll tell you that though. I'll let you know my conviction level when I say things typically, if it influences you. If I were to write a narrative and pick a low between now and then, I'd say tomorrow pre-market. Like how'd GameStop do this morning pre-market? Right at open, right before open. It just has not been trading recently. On low volume, though, you should be able to get like a liquidity grab, one would expect. 15 minutes is still looking really good. I don't know. I'd say probably right now, actually. I don't think there will be a dip. Isn't this like a wicked bull flag? There's a good chance this breaks up. Low lot size, price doesn't matter. Well, depends on someone's overall holdings. But yeah, I mean, I don't think there's much of a necessity to pinch pennies. Like, are you getting enter at 23.20 or 23? You know, is that 20 cents? You know, playing into your overall trade plan. I know a lot of us aren't here for a dollar move, so 20 cents is irrelevant for the most part. A lot of people are looking for, not a dollar move, but $100 move, right? They want to see GameStop at 120, or whatever. Like, so at that point, if you're looking for $100, which I think is silly, but then obviously that 20 cents right now doesn't matter. I don't think as much as if you're sizing in more aggressively and. Well, it should not be harder to get a lower average than myself. Most days it feels like the whole market has a lower average than me on how the stock trades. Yeah, 0.22 if you must. And I'm fully tapped out here. Like I could buy another 50 shares or something. Just profits from my day trades today, which I typically do build up and dump in, but there it is. So those calls from 13 cents up to 16 cents. Let's see if we can get that end of day run on them. What happens when we clear a buy side liquidity? Can anyone answer that? What happens when the price breaks above and invalidates the buy side liquidity, this red box. What happens when the price gets above here? What kind of orders lie just above a buy side liquidity? Stop losses exist above buy side liquidities, short side stop losses. So people going short here, short here, short here, short here, all their stop losses are right above that level. And anyone who's waiting for that invalidation has their buy orders just a little bit higher. So if you can invalidate the buy side liquidity, you're getting a lot of fresh long side liquidity, which can give you an impulsive move upwards, as we see happening right now in GameStop. That's it. That's the whole fucking thing right there. Now you're a professional trader. Holy shit. Look out, Super Stonk. Here I come. And it's the sell side liquidity is the exact same, just in the opposite fashion, right? Where you'll have long stop losses just below and short limit orders just below. And if you break below, then you have an impulsive move downwards. Those calls up to 125, not too shabby from your 110 ad. Obviously, I understand it's just one contract, so it's like, who gives a fuck? But I'm always looking at percentage gains, not, because let's say you had 10 of them, right? Then it's a little bit of a different story. You could sell 9 and be in risk-free. And that's how I like to play with my options, I like to, that's actually how I trade in general, everything but to GameStop. I scale out heavy, and then the runners are on like risk-free. So I like to sell, 75% right away. And, then that last 25%, even if it gets melted, I've still won quite a bit, right? So never carrying risk when I have the chance to reduce it, right? Specifically at profit. If you can reduce risk at profit, that's successful trading. We're going to do it. They're worth 11. They're worth 14. Create order. Buy a bunch of these. All right. I got to fill at 12. If we lose our buy side, I'll just drop it. GameStop broke up though, so I'd like the broader market to break up also. All right, well that's not great. I'll stop out here for 8. 6, never mind. Wow, that was brutal. That is a hard rejection. And that's why the buy orders are anchored above it, right? Because, reject, 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 reject. I see GameStop breaking up though, and I think, okay, the whole market's going to break up. Let's take a small auto. Good for GameStop. I hope Buddy averaged in. Nice little run here. 26, 28, my post-earnings guess. Yeah, I'm not sure we clear 28. 28 would be like my high end. But sometimes miracles happen, baby. And that's the name of the game, is not counting on the miracle, but having exposure to it, right? So, we're in our trade, we've scaled out, we're profitable. What exposure remains is literally risk-free. And if we get lucky, we're good. We're golden, Ryan's not going to speak. There's no fucking way he says a word. And if he did, it would just be Asperger's nonsense. Have you heard that guy speak in public? He's worse than me. Oh, man. I love that last interview, though. It was too much. It just, it shows he's a real guy, right? Like, he's a good mascot for us. Or a leader, whatever you'd call him. Because I feel like a lot of us are probably socially awkward like that as well. How much time do we have left? 3 minutes? Oh, what a shakeout here. Just rinsing the volatility back and forth. That's what I don't like to see. Like, tomorrow on earnings, we're going to dip by $10. Well, not $10. We might dip by like $4. And then we're going to come back up by like $6 or something. It's aggressive. Just grabbing all the liquidity, You want to talk about stop loss hunting? Tomorrow. Like, that's basically what earnings is institutional stop loss hunting. And they grab it. Like, this is our liquidity now. 128 on those contracts. They're coming back up nicely. We got in earlier, just at about $1 there. They went up to 140. Then we had a low of 108. We're back up to 128. Beautiful. This is a SPY reversal. If it can hold and not dump like it did here, this is it. And we're clearing that buy side, so we should get that nice move up into close. Those contracts are worth 20 cents now. Oh my God. I got out too early. We didn't get in. We didn't get back in, chat. 22, 100%. 27, 28, 33, 300%. Or sorry, 200%. 38, 42. Oh my God. Now that's a nice little end of day squeeze. I'll pull that up for you guys to see. So this is what I'm playing. What a squeeze into the end of the day. We thought it would happen too. Oh, from 2 cents to 75. Hot dog. I was trying to show you guys this on Friday as well. The end of day squizzle. So I'm always coming back and taking, some of my profits that I made throughout the day and just, dump in $20 of it, right? Who cares if it's whatever. Dump in a little bit and maybe you turn that $20 into a couple hundred. Man, that's so good. $2 into 75. And that's why you don't size in a lot. You don't buy thousands because it's such high risk, right? But you can have such a small size up convert to a nice amount, right? And now dinner's paid for. Hooray, right? You can take the wife out or whatever. Just by magnifying your profits on a small end of day trade. And so you can do this on your regular companies on Friday. You can do it on the S&P 500 or the SPX every day, or an index. QQQ as well is a good one. But on your regular companies that just have weeklies and not dailies, you can do it on Friday in the afternoon. So a fun little play there. $2 to $75. Fantastic. What a bar that is to close out the day. And we were talking about that, right? We say, hey, yesterday, what happened into close, right? We fucking crashed into close and then melted up into the finish, right back to VWAP. And we say, I wonder if that happens today. Lo and behold, we get that reversal. Talking about the buy side invalidation, how it could lead to that as well. And, just more of the same. I hope you guys enjoy the channel. I understand if you're not picking it up right away. That's fine. I'm going to be here every single day, quite possibly forever if it's successful. Obviously, we do want the channel to grow and convert and to produce amount of revenue that I can justify being here, right? So make sure to like the channel, subscribe to the channel, and share the channel out to your friends and families if they're interested. I'll be back later with our recap video, right? And tomorrow to live trade with you guys, right? I'm in the Discord. If you need anything, probably less active this evening, but tomorrow morning, I'll probably jump on and do a little start of day thing because I do the private call right now. If you're interested, I'll be on Twitch, right? You can come over. I'm on Hello Good Game on Twitch, and then I do my trading, in the morning as well before I get onto this call. And typically listening to music, watching movies, doing things that I can't get away with here on YouTube, right? Because they're a little bit more strict with all of that. Twitch lets you run absolutely wild, right? So we're like watching tonight we're watching X-Men, and just things like that. So thank you all so much. I hope you did well today. I did my best to telegraph everything. Yesterday's YouTube video, I said, you know what, we're going to enter a new trade. This morning, I re-conveyed that I'm looking to enter. And then not only that, but when I did enter, I gave my entry, right? Which is nice. So, and then helping people manage that trade if they were in it throughout the day, which is awesome. So 101 to 127, we did hit a high of 140, which is pretty cool. And thank you for sharing your data, homie. Appreciate that. That's awesome. The more data you can post here, the more appreciative I'll be. But don't feel obligated, of course. And tomorrow is going to be an interesting day. I'm super excited. And we're going to be here throughout the call. We're going to be filling in our spreadsheet to see how close we are with our estimates. I think we're pretty close. I don't think we're too far off here. I do think that this, even though is our bullish estimate, I think we are still being quite conservative in that bullish estimate. And it's more like a 4-0, 3-0 kind of deal. But, hey, we're going to have to wait and see, right? So, big old order just landed. Nice. Looking forward to seeing where that puts us tomorrow. This was a pretty bullish finish, right? And, that interest rate typically is quite bullish when they're going to cut it. There's like a 90% chance to cut it. Let's see if that is holding. 89 last time we checked. Yeah, it's still here. That is a cut. Almost assuredly so. There's no way. And previously they said no cut, right? So market's kind of rallying into that, but then also trying to sell off so people can get cheap calls, right? And that's what today was. Today, I guarantee, was institutional call holdings, and we're going to check that out tomorrow on the put-call ratio. We're going to see how that is, right? A lot of people were loading up on puts, right? But tomorrow, if we see a massive red here, it means they kind of switch that and they're going long into the meeting, which I suspect, right? Yeah, y'all take care of yourselves. Have a good day. Thank you so much. And I will see you later, if not tomorrow.